Chapter 1. The Dream of a Night. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, where rolling green hills met sparkling blue skies, lived a young boy named Cedric. From the moment Cedric could toddle, he was enchanted by the tales of Eldoria's knights, brave warriors who stood tall in shining armor, wielding swords that gleamed like the morning sun. They were protectors of the realm, vanquishers of dragons, and champions of the people. To Cedric, they were heroes. Every evening, as the village lanterns flickered to life, Cedric's mother would tell him stories of these noble knights. Long ago, she'd begin, her voice gentle as the wind through the trees. A knight named Sir Alaric defeated the great serpent of the eastern mountains. Not with brute strength, but with courage and cleverness. Cedric's eyes would grow wide, imagining himself as Sir Alaric, standing fearless before the towering beast. She would continue, weaving tales of bravery and valor, each story fueling Cedric's dreams of one day becoming a knight himself. By day, Cedric turned those dreams into adventures. Armed with a stick he called his sword and a pot he wore as his helmet, he patrolled the village fields, pretending to guard against invisible foes. The villagers often chuckled as they watched him duel with the wind or spar with the sturdy oak tree near the stream. Yet they also admired his determination. One day, Cedric, his father said with a proud smile, "Your dream may come true." But dreaming wasn't enough for Cedric. As he grew older, he began to prepare for the day he could truly become a knight. He helped his father on the farm, carrying heavy sacks of grain to build his strength. He practiced swinging his wooden sword every morning, imagining it was made of steel. He even convinced the village elder, a wise man named Lauren, to teach him about the history of Eldoria and the code of honor knights followed. These lessons became Cedric's favorite part of the week, where stories transformed into lessons about bravery, kindness, and wisdom. A night, Lauren told him one evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, "Must be brave, but also kind, strong but also wise. Remember, Cedric, it is not the sword that makes the knight, but the heart that wields it." Cedric took those words to heart. He began helping his neighbors whenever he could. If a wheel on a cart broke, Cedric was there to fix it. If the children of the village needed someone to lead their games, Cedric gladly took charge. He even started helping the elderly carry water from the village well. "Thank you, young knight," the villagers would say, and Cedric's chest would swell with pride. His actions turned him into a beloved figure in Meadowbrook, and many villagers began calling him our little knight. Then, on his 15th birthday, news came that changed everything. A messenger from the capital arrived in Meadowbrook, announcing that the prestigious Knights Academy was accepting new applicants. The villagers gathered in the town square to hear the announcement, and Cedric could hardly believe his ears. This was his chance, the first step toward becoming a real knight. That evening, Cedric sat under the great oak tree, staring at the starry sky. He clutched his wooden sword tightly, his heart racing with excitement. "I'll make it," he whispered to himself. "I'll become a knight, no matter what it takes." The stars seemed to twinkle in agreement, and the rustling leaves above whispered encouragement. That night, Cedric dreamed of the academy, imagining himself in shining armor, standing shoulder to shoulder with the kingdom's finest warriors. The days that followed were filled with preparation. Cedric practiced harder than ever before, perfecting his sword swings and running laps around the village to build his endurance. He borrowed books on strategy and tactics from Lauren, staying up late to study by candlelight. The villagers rallied around him, offering encouragement and small tokens of support. One neighbor gave him a sturdy pair of boots for his journey, while another crafted a simple leather sheath for his wooden sword. When the day of the Academy's entrance trials finally arrived, Cedric stood at the village gates, ready to set out on the journey that would change his life. His parents stood by him, their eyes filled with pride and a touch of sadness. "Remember, Cedric," his mother said as she hugged him goodbye, "it's not just strength that makes a knight, it's the goodness in your heart. And don't forget to write to us," his father added, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Cedric nodded, his heart swelling with gratitude and determination. With those words ringing in his ears, Cedric took his first steps toward the capital. The road ahead was long, winding through dense forests, rolling plains, and bustling towns. Along the way, Cedric encountered other hopefuls, each with their own dreams and stories. He made friends, shared campfires, and listened to tales of courage and ambition. The journey itself became an adventure, testing Cedric's resolve and preparing him for the trials to come. As the morning sun rose behind him, casting a golden light over Meadowbrook, Cedric's adventure began. The wind carried the scent of wildflowers and the sound of distant birdsong, as if the world itself was cheering him on. And so, the boy with a dream set off to become a knight, not knowing that his journey would one day make him a hero whose name would be remembered forever. Chapter 2: Trials of the Knights Academy. Cedric's journey to the Knights Academy was only the beginning of the challenges that awaited him. As he approached the grand gates of the academy, his breath caught in his throat. The towering structure before him was unlike anything he had ever seen. Built from gleaming white stone and adorned with intricate carvings of legendary knights, the academy stood as a beacon of hope and excellence. The clang of swords and the shouts of recruits in training echoed from within, filling the air with a sense of purpose and anticipation. Cedric's hands tightened around the strap of his bag as he joined the line of hopeful applicants. Each of them wore a mix of excitement and nervousness, and Cedric felt the same. Some were dressed in fine clothes, their polished boots and embroidered tunics hinting at noble lineage. Others, like Cedric, wore simpler attire, but the determination in their eyes burned just as brightly. The air buzzed with chatter as the line slowly advanced. Cedric overheard snippets of conversations around him. Aspirations, fears, and stories of the far-flung corners of Eldoria. One boy spoke of his noble father's expectations, while a girl proudly described the rigorous training she endured under her village's retired knight. Cedric's own story felt small in comparison, but he clung to his belief that heart and effort mattered more than pedigree. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the gates opened, and a stern-looking instructor stepped forward. He was a tall man with silver hair and a scar running down his cheek. His voice boomed as he addressed the group. "Welcome to the Knights Academy. My name is Sir Alden, and I will oversee your entrance trials. Know this, becoming a knight is not about privilege or status. It is about discipline, skill, and heart. Prove yourselves worthy, and you may earn your place among Eldoria's finest." Cedric's heart swelled with hope at those words. "It's not about privilege or status," he repeated to himself, clinging to the possibility that his dreams were within reach. The applicants were ushered into the academy grounds, where the trials would take place. Cedric's first task was a test of physical endurance. They were instructed to complete an obstacle course that included scaling walls, crawling through mud pits, and leaping across wide trenches. Cedric's years of training in the fields of Meadowbrook served him well. Though the course was grueling, he pushed through, his mind focused on his goal. At one point, as he approached a particularly high wall, he saw another recruit struggling to climb. The boy's hands slipped on the ropes, his face red with frustration. Cedric hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward. "Here, grab my hand," he said, hoisting the boy up with a determined smile. Together, they made it over the wall. "Thank you," the boy panted, and Cedric nodded. "We're all here to prove ourselves," he replied, before dashing to the next challenge. "You can do this," he whispered to himself, his legs burning as he climbed the final wall. When he landed on the other side, panting and covered in dirt, he allowed himself a small smile. He had made it through the first challenge. The next trial tested their combat skills. Each applicant was paired with a sparring partner, and Cedric was matched against a boy named Gareth, who towered over him and carried himself with the confidence of someone who had trained since birth. Cedric gripped his wooden practice sword tightly, his heart pounding. Gareth smirked. "Don't take it personally when I win," he said, raising his sword. Cedric nodded, refusing to let the taunt rattle him. "Let's see what you've got." The match began, and Gareth came at him with swift, powerful strikes. Cedric parried and dodged, his movements fueled by instinct and determination. He remembered Lauren's lessons. A knight must use not only his strength but also his mind. Observing Gareth's patterns, Cedric found an opening and struck, landing a clean hit on his opponent's side. The crowd watching let out a collective gasp. Gareth stumbled back, his eyes wide with surprise. Cedric didn't let up, pressing his advantage until Sir Alden called the match. "Enough! Well done, both of you," the instructor said. Cedric stepped back, his chest heaving with exertion, but his heart soared. He had held his own against a formidable opponent. The final trial was one of strategy and teamwork. The applicants were divided into groups and tasked with capturing a flag from the center of a dense forest while fending off attacks from rival teams. Cedric was placed with 4 other recruits, including a sharp-witted girl named Alara and a burly boy named Dane. Together, they devised a plan. "We need to use speed and stealth," Cedric suggested. "Alara, you're quick on your feet. You can retrieve the flag while Dane and I create a diversion." The team agreed, and their plan unfolded seamlessly. Cedric and Dane led a group of rivals on a wild chase through the woods, giving Alara the chance to grab the flag unnoticed. When the team regrouped at the finish line, flag in hand, Sir Alden himself nodded in approval. "Impressive coordination," he said. "That is the mark of a true knight." When the trials concluded, the applicants gathered in the main hall to hear the results. Cedric's heart raced as Sir Alden stepped forward with the list of those who had been accepted. One by one, names were called, and cheers erupted as each recruit was welcomed into the academy. Finally, Sir Alden's gaze swept across the remaining group. "To those whose names were not called," he said, his tone firm but not unkind, "do not despair. Your journey does not end here. A knight's spirit is defined by resilience. Keep training, and your time may yet come." Cedric's name had not been called. His chest tightened as disappointment washed over him. But as he looked around the hall, he saw others who shared his disappointment, their faces filled with quiet determination. Sir Alden's words echoed in his mind. A knight's spirit is defined by resilience. With a deep breath, Cedric resolved not to give up. The trials had tested him in ways he had never imagined, and though he had not yet achieved his goal, he felt stronger for having faced them. "This is only the beginning," he thought, stepping out of the academy gates. The path to knighthood was longer and harder than he had anticipated, but Cedric's dream burned brighter than ever. Chapter 3: The Path of Persistence. Leaving the gates of the Knights Academy behind was harder than Cedric had anticipated. The disappointment weighed heavily on his shoulders, but he refused to let it crush him. As he walked the familiar dirt road back to Meadowbrook, he replayed every trial in his mind, searching for areas where he could improve. "If I'm not ready now," he thought, "I'll make myself ready." By the time Cedric reached his village, the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. The sight brought a small measure of comfort, reminding him of the stories he'd read about knights who faced failure but rose stronger. He stepped through the door of his family's modest cottage, where his mother greeted him with a warm smile that faltered as she saw his expression. "Cedric, what happened?" He placed his bag down and gave a small, rueful smile. "I didn't make it." His mother's face softened with understanding as she pulled him into a hug. "That's not the end of your story, my son. Every great knight faces trials that test their spirit as much as their skills." His father, who had been tending to the hearth, nodded. "You've always been resilient, Cedric. This is just another challenge to overcome." Their encouragement reignited a flicker of hope within him. Cedric spent that night poring over the journals and strategy books he had collected, planning his next steps. His path to knighthood would be unconventional, but he was determined to succeed. The next morning, Cedric's training began anew. He woke with the sun and headed to the village fields, where he set up a makeshift training ground. Using wooden posts as dummies and hay bales as targets, he practiced his swordsmanship tirelessly. His movements grew sharper and more precise with each passing day. Whenever he faltered, he reminded himself of Sir Alden's words. A knight's spirit is defined by resilience. The villagers quickly took notice of Cedric's determination. Old Lauren, the retired soldier who had once taught Cedric the basics of swordplay, approached him one afternoon. "You're pushing yourself hard, lad," Lauren said, leaning on his cane. "But skill isn't everything. A true knight understands strategy, patience, and the value of allies." Cedric paused, lowering his wooden sword. "What do you mean?" Lauren chuckled. "There's more to a fight than swinging a blade. Come to my cottage tomorrow morning, and I'll teach you what I know." Grateful for the offer, Cedric agreed. Over the next several weeks, Lauren shared his knowledge of battlefield tactics, the importance of reading an opponent's movements, and how to adapt in the heat of combat. Cedric absorbed every lesson like a sponge, his confidence growing with each session. Lauren also recounted stories of his own experiences in the king's army, painting vivid pictures of battlefields and the bonds formed between comrades. These tales lit a fire in Cedric, fueling his resolve. One day, as Cedric was sparring with a group of local youths who had begun joining his training sessions, a messenger arrived in the village. The man, clad in the green and silver livery of Eldoria's heralds, rode into the square and unfurled a scroll. His voice carried across the crowd that had gathered. "By decree of the king, volunteers are sought to bolster the ranks of the kingdom's forces. Training and service will be provided to those who prove themselves worthy. This is a call to all able-bodied men and women who wish to serve Eldoria." Cedric's heart leapt. This could be his chance to prove himself outside the rigid expectations of the academy. He stepped forward, his voice steady. "I'll volunteer." The crowd murmured as the messenger praised him. "You'll be tested, young man. This is no easy path." "I've faced tests before," Cedric replied, "and I'm ready for more." The journey to the training camp was both exciting and daunting. Cedric traveled with a group of other recruits, all eager yet wary of what lay ahead. They exchanged stories around the campfire at night, and Cedric found camaraderie among them. Alara, a quick-witted archer with sharp eyes, and Dane, a burly farmhand with a booming laugh, soon became his closest companions. Together, they shared dreams of valor, tales of home, and their hopes for the future, forging bonds that would carry them through the trials ahead. The camp was a bustling hub of activity, filled with recruits from all walks of life. They trained under the watchful eyes of seasoned instructors who pushed them to their limits. The drills were grueling, testing their endurance, strength, and resolve. Cedric's prior experience gave him an edge, but he quickly realized he still had much to learn. His days were filled with sword drills, archery practice, and mock battles, while evenings were spent studying tactics by firelight. One evening, as the recruits rested after a particularly intense day, Cedric found himself sitting with Alara and Dane by the campfire. "You're different from the others," Cedric, Alara said, her tone curious. "You train like you have something to prove." Cedric hesitated before nodding. "I do. I dream of becoming a knight, but the academy, it didn't work out. This is my second chance." Dane clapped him on the back. "Well, you've got the heart for it, mate. And if you ever need someone to watch your back, you've got us." Cedric smiled, feeling a warmth that had little to do with the fire. "Thanks, both of you. Let's give this everything we've got." As weeks turned into months, Cedric's skills and leadership abilities began to stand out. During a simulated battle exercise, his team was assigned to defend a hill against a larger force. Cedric's quick thinking and strategic planning led to a decisive victory, earning him praise from the instructors. But the true test came one stormy night when news reached the camp of a bandit raid on a nearby village. The recruits were hastily organized into squads and sent to assist. Cedric's squad, led by an experienced sergeant, arrived to find the village in chaos. Homes were ablaze, and terrified villagers were fleeing from armed raiders. Amid the turmoil, Cedric's training and instincts kicked in. He rallied his squad, coordinating their efforts to protect the villagers and drive back the bandits. Spotting a group of raiders cornering a family, he charged in without hesitation, his sword flashing in the firelight. Alara and Dane were at his side, their combined efforts turning the tide. By dawn, the village was safe, and the bandits had been defeated or captured. The villagers' gratitude was overwhelming, and Cedric felt a profound sense of fulfillment. For the first time, he truly understood what it meant to protect others. When the recruits returned to the camp, their actions were the talk of the day. The sergeant commended Cedric for his bravery and leadership, marking him as a recruit with great potential. Cedric's heart swelled with pride, but he remained humble, knowing that his journey was far from over. This is just the beginning, he thought, gazing at the horizon. His dream of becoming a knight burned brighter than ever, and he knew that with persistence and heart, he could overcome any obstacle. Chapter 4: A Test of Resolve. Months had passed since Cedric and his fellow recruits had saved the village from the bandit raid. The camaraderie forged in the heat of that night had only grown stronger, and the recruits, once a collection of strangers, were now a unified force. Cedric, Alara, and Dane had become inseparable, their bond strengthened by shared trials and victories. The training camp continued to challenge them, pushing their skills and endurance to their limits. Every day brought new drills, sparring matches, and tactical exercises. Cedric excelled in these, but he never allowed his successes to make him complacent. He spent every spare moment refining his techniques, absorbing knowledge, and learning from his peers. His determination was infectious, inspiring others to strive harder and believe in their own potential. One frosty morning, as frost clung to the grass and their breath fogged in the air, the recruits were summoned to the central grounds. The camp commander, a grizzled veteran named Captain Reese, stood before them, his piercing gaze scanning the group. The recruits shifted uneasily under his sharp eyes, a mixture of anticipation and anxiety filling the air. "Recruits," Captain Reese began, his voice steady and commanding, "you have come far, but your true test lies ahead. The kingdom's borders are under constant threat, and only those who prove their mettle will earn a place in Eldoria's ranks. Tomorrow you will embark on the trial of resolve." The murmurs that followed were a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Cedric exchanged a glance with Alara and Dane, their expressions reflecting the weight of the captain's words. "What do you think it'll be?" Dane asked, his tone half curious, half nervous. "Whatever it is," Cedric replied, his voice resolute, "we'll face it together." The following dawn, the recruits assembled at the edge of the camp, where Captain Reese awaited with a contingent of instructors. Each recruit was given a map, a small satchel of supplies, and a single directive: reach the designated point by nightfall. The path will test your strength, strategy, and courage. Work together or go alone, the choice is yours. But remember, survival depends on your wits as much as your skill. The recruits set out, their breath misting in the crisp morning air. The path ahead led through dense forests, rocky inclines, and treacherous ravines. Cedric, Alara, and Dane quickly agreed to stick together, their combined strengths giving them an edge. They were not just a team, but a unit with unshakable trust in one another. The first leg of the journey was deceptively straightforward. The forest was quiet, save for the rustle of leaves and the occasional call of birds. But as the sun climbed higher, the terrain grew more challenging. Fallen logs blocked their path, and hidden roots threatened to trip the unwary. Sharp brambles tore at their clothing, and the uneven ground demanded constant vigilance. "Watch your step," Alara cautioned, her sharp eyes scanning ahead. She gestured toward a patch of ground that looked disturbed. "That's not natural." Cedric crouched beside the area, his fingers brushing the disturbed soil. "A snare," he confirmed. "Someone set traps." "Bandits?" Dane asked, gripping his club tightly. "Possibly," Cedric replied. "Stay alert." They moved cautiously, avoiding the traps and keeping a wary eye on their surroundings. As they navigated a narrow ravine, the faint sound of voices reached their ears. Cedric signaled for silence, and the trio crept forward, staying low. Peering over a boulder, they spotted a group of armed men gathered near a makeshift camp. The men's rough appearance and mismatched weapons left no doubt. These were bandits. "Looks like they're blocking the path," Alara whispered. "We'll have to go around, or deal with them," Dane said, his tone grim. "If we leave them, they might ambush someone else." Cedric weighed their options. "If we're careful, we can take them by surprise." Alara, you take the high ground and cover us with your bow. Dane, you and I will approach from either side. We'll hit them fast and hard before they have a chance to react. The plan was set. Alara climbed a nearby ledge, her movements silent and precise. Cedric and Dane crept closer, using the underbrush as cover. The tension was palpable as they drew nearer, their hearts pounding in unison. When they were in position, Cedric gave the signal. Alara's arrow flew true, striking one of the bandits and causing chaos in the camp. Cedric and Dane charged in, their weapons cutting through the disorganized foes. The bandits fought back fiercely, but the trio's coordination and determination proved superior. Within moments, the camp was subdued. As they caught their breath, Cedric examined the bandits' belongings. Among the stolen goods were supplies marked with the king's crest. They've been raiding royal caravans, Cedric said, his jaw tightening. We'll report this when we reach the rendezvous point. The rest of the journey was no less arduous. The terrain tested their endurance, and the looming shadows of the forest seemed to stretch endlessly. Unforgiving cliffs and slippery streams added to their challenges, and each step required focus and effort. But Cedric, Alara, and Dane pressed on, their determination unwavering. As night fell, they emerged from the woods to find a clearing where a fire burned brightly. Other recruits were already there, their faces reflecting exhaustion and relief. Captain Reese stood near the fire, his expression unreadable as he watched the recruits gather. When Cedric's group approached, he nodded approvingly. You faced challenges today, Reese said, his voice carrying across the clearing. Some of you succeeded through strength, others through strategy. But remember this, a true protector of Eldoria relies on more than just skill. It is your heart, your resolve, and your ability to stand together that will define you. As Cedric listened, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. The trial had been grueling, but it had also reaffirmed his belief in the values he held dear. With Alara and Dane by his side, he knew he was one step closer to achieving his dream. That night, as the recruits rested under the stars, Cedric lay awake, his thoughts racing. The trial of resolve had been just one hurdle, but it had taught him valuable lessons about leadership, teamwork, and the importance of perseverance. The stars above seemed brighter, as if encouraging him to keep pushing forward. This is only the beginning, he thought, his gaze fixed on the night sky. His journey was far from over, but Cedric knew that as long as he held onto his resolve, he could overcome any challenge that lay ahead. Chapter 5, The Call to Action. The following weeks passed in a blur of intense preparation and growing anticipation. The recruits who had endured the trial of resolve carried a new sense of pride and unity. Cedric, Alara, and Dane, their bond cemented by the challenges they had faced, became leaders among their peers, offering guidance and encouragement to those who struggled. Their camaraderie was an anchor, steadying them as whispers of unrest in the kingdom began to circulate through the camp. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of amber and crimson, Captain Reese summoned the recruits to the training grounds. His expression was grave, his normally commanding voice tinged with urgency. Recruits, he began, pacing before the gathered crowd. A dark threat looms over Eldoria. Reports have reached us of strange creatures attacking villages near the border. These are not mere bandits or wild beasts. They are something far more dangerous. The murmurs among the recruits grew louder, a mixture of fear and curiosity rippling through them. Cedric exchanged a glance with Alara and Dane, their expressions mirroring his concern. The kingdom's forces are stretched thin, Reese continued, and it falls to us to act. Tomorrow, you will leave the safety of this camp and travel to the borderlands. Your mission is to protect the people, gather intelligence, and hold the line against whatever threatens our home. This will not be easy. Many of you will face danger unlike anything you've known. But know this, you are ready. You have trained for this moment. Stand together and you will prevail. The recruits stood in solemn silence as Reese's words sank in. The weight of their duty pressed heavily on their shoulders, yet beneath the apprehension, a flicker of determination ignited in their hearts. The camp buzzed with activity as preparations for departure began. Armor was polished, weapons sharpened, and supplies packed. Cedric, Alara, and Dane worked side by side, their movements efficient and purposeful. Despite the seriousness of the task ahead, Dane's humor lightened the mood. "So, Cedric," he said, grinning as he adjusted his helmet, "do you think these mysterious creatures will be impressed by your sword skills? Or should I charm them with my wit?" Alara rolled her eyes, but her smirk betrayed her amusement. "If they're as dangerous as Captain Reese says, they'll probably just eat you first." Cedric chuckled, appreciating their attempt to ease the tension. "Let's hope they're too busy running from us to try." As night fell, the recruits gathered around the central fire for one final briefing. Reese stood before them, his face illuminated by the flickering flames. "Remember," he said, "this is not just a mission. It is a test of your resolve, your courage, and your loyalty to Eldoria. Watch each other's backs and never forget why you fight. For the people who cannot defend themselves, for the kingdom that is our home, and for the honor of those who came before us." Dismissed. At dawn, the recruits set out in small groups, each assigned a specific region to patrol. Cedric, Alara, and Dane led their team toward a cluster of villages nestled near the kingdom's northern border. The journey was arduous, the terrain growing rougher with each passing day. Thick forests gave way to rocky hills, and the air grew colder, carrying with it an unsettling stillness. The first village they reached was eerily quiet. Doors hung ajar, and the streets were deserted. A faint smell of smoke lingered in the air, and claw marks marred the wooden walls of homes. Alara knelt to examine the ground, her sharp eyes catching details others might miss. "Tracks," she said, pointing to a set of deep, uneven prints. "These aren't human. Whatever made them is large and heavy." Cedric studied the marks, his brow furrowing. "They lead toward the woods. We need to find out what happened here, but we have to be cautious." Dane gripped his weapon tightly, his usual humor replaced by grim determination. "Let's hope we're ready for whatever we find." As they ventured into the forest, the tension grew palpable. The dense canopy overhead cast long shadows, and every rustle of leaves set their nerves on edge. The tracks led them deeper into the woods, where the underbrush grew thick and the air felt heavy. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the trees, sending a chill down their spines. "Weapons ready," Cedric ordered, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. The growl grew louder, and moments later, a massive, wolf-like creature emerged from the shadows. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its jagged teeth gleamed as it snarled. Behind it, more shapes moved in the darkness, their forms distorted and monstrous. The recruits formed a defensive line, their training taking over. Alara loosed an arrow, striking one of the creatures in the shoulder. It howled in pain but kept advancing. Cedric and Dane stepped forward, their weapons clashing against the beasts as the battle erupted. The fight was brutal. The creatures were stronger and faster than anything they had faced before, their movements unpredictable and savage. But the recruits fought with unwavering determination, their teamwork and discipline proving their greatest strength. Cedric's sword danced through the air, each strike precise and powerful. Alara's arrows found their marks with unerring accuracy, and Dane's raw strength held the line against the relentless onslaught. When the final creature fell, the forest fell silent once more. The recruits stood panting, their bodies battered but their spirits unbroken. Cedric looked around at his team, pride swelling in his chest. "We did it," he said, his voice filled with quiet determination. "But this is just the beginning. Whatever these creatures are, they're a threat to the entire kingdom. We need to report back and prepare for what's to come." As they made their way back to the village, Cedric's mind raced with questions. Where had these creatures come from? Were they part of a larger threat? And most importantly, how could they protect Eldoria from such a formidable enemy? For the first time, Cedric felt the full weight of his responsibility. The path ahead was uncertain, and the challenges they faced would only grow more daunting. But as he looked at Alara and Dane, he knew one thing for certain. They would face it together. Whatever comes, Cedric thought, his resolve hardening, we will not falter. For Eldoria, and for the people who depend on us, we will stand strong. Chapter 1. The Dreamer of Greythorn. In the peaceful village of Greythorn, cradled in the shadow of Mount Aerolith, there lived a boy named Cedric. Greythorn was a place of simple pleasures, where the chiming of the blacksmith's hammer and the rustling of wind through the tall, golden grasses were the loudest sounds one would hear. It was a village of quiet harmony, tucked safely away from the grand cities and bustling marketplaces of the kingdom of Eldoria. Cedric, however, was unlike the other children in Greythorn. While they ran through the fields, chasing each other and laughing with abandon, Cedric spent his days imagining faraway lands and noble quests. To him, every stick was a sword, every tree a towering dragon, and every shadow a lurking foe. But Cedric did not dream of these adventures for glory or riches. He dreamed of becoming a knight, not to bask in fame but to protect those who could not protect themselves. Each evening, after the village's chores were done and the sun dipped below the horizon, Cedric would sit by the hearth with his grandfather. The old man, a retired blacksmith with hands weathered by years of toil, would tell stories of the knights of Eldoria. These knights were said to be paragons of virtue, protectors of the realm who upheld justice and kindness above all else. Cedric's favorite tale was of a knight who once laid down his sword during a battle to tend to an injured villager, choosing compassion over conquest. A true knight, his grandfather would say, his voice steady and warm, is not measured by the sharpness of their blade, but by the strength of their heart. Cedric listened intently to every word, his eyes wide with wonder. Those words became a promise he made to himself. One day, he would become a knight, not by birthright, but by proving that even the humblest of beginnings could forge greatness. But life in Greythorn was simple, and opportunities to rise above it were scarce. Cedric trained tirelessly with what little he had. He fashioned wooden dummies to spar with and crafted shields from scrap wood his grandfather gave him. The forest surrounding the village became his training ground, where he practiced tracking animals and navigating its winding paths. While other children played carefree games, Cedric honed his skills, fueled by his dream. As the years passed, Cedric's resolve only grew stronger. Yet, the world beyond Greythorn seemed impossibly distant. His grandfather's stories were his only connection to the grandeur of Eldoria and the noble knights who served it. But Cedric held on to hope, for he believed with all his heart that even the smallest pebble could create ripples in the vastest ocean. Then, one fateful evening, news arrived in the form of a group of traveling merchants. As they set up their colorful carts in the village square, one of them spoke of the Knights' Academy in Solmara, the capital city of Eldoria. The academy, the merchant said, was hosting trials open to all who wished to prove their worth, regardless of their heritage or station. Cedric's heart raced as he heard the words. This was the opportunity he had dreamed of, the path that could lead him to knighthood. But as the merchant described the trials, Cedric's excitement was tempered by doubt. Solmara was a week's journey away, and he had no money for the trip, nor the fine equipment he imagined the other candidates would bring. Yet, despite these obstacles, Cedric felt a spark of determination flicker within him. He hurried home that night and shared the news with his grandfather. The old man listened quietly, his expression thoughtful. Finally, he rose from his chair and walked to the corner of the room where an old, rusted sword rested against the wall. He picked it up and turned to Cedric, his eyes shining with pride. "This sword belonged to your father," he said, placing the hilt in Cedric's hands. "It's not the finest steel, but in your hands, it might as well be enchanted. Go, Cedric, follow your dream, and remember, a knight's strength lies not in their weapon, but in their heart." Word of Cedric's decision spread quickly through the village. Though they had little to spare, the villagers rallied behind him, pooling their meager savings to buy him sturdy boots and provisions for the journey. On the morning of his departure, the entire village gathered to see him off. They cheered and offered him their blessings, their faces filled with hope and pride. His grandfather clasped his shoulder one last time. "Bring honor to Greythorn," he said softly. Cedric nodded, his eyes brimming with resolve. With his father's sword at his side and the hopes of his village in his heart, he set off towards Solmara, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 2. The Road to Solmara. The journey to Solmara was far longer and more treacherous than Cedric had imagined. The path wound through dense forests, over rolling hills, and across rocky rivers. With each step, Cedric felt the weight of his father's sword at his side, a constant reminder of why he had set out on this journey. Though his provisions were meager and the road unkind, his resolve never wavered. The first night away from Greythorn was eerily silent. Cedric camped beneath an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the arms of a giant frozen in time. As he stared into the flickering flames of his small campfire, thoughts of home filled his mind. He pictured his grandfather by the hearth, telling stories of courage and valor. The memories brought him comfort, though the quiet rustlings of the forest reminded him that he was far from the safety of Greythorn. On the third day of his journey, Cedric's path took him through the heart of the Aerolith Woods, a sprawling forest known for its towering trees and shadowy depths. The woods were alive with sounds: the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the faint snapping of twigs underfoot. Cedric walked cautiously, his hand never straying far from the hilt of his sword. It was in these woods that he encountered his first challenge. As the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the forest in hues of gold and crimson, Cedric heard a cry for help. The sound was faint but unmistakable, cutting through the stillness like a blade. He hesitated for only a moment before following the sound, his heart pounding in his chest. He found the source of the cries in a small clearing. A young merchant, barely older than Cedric himself, was surrounded by 3 bandits. Their rough voices carried through the air as they demanded the merchant's coin and goods. The merchant's trembling hands held out a small pouch, his face pale with fear. Cedric stepped forward, his father's sword glinting in the fading light. "Leave him be," he called out, his voice steady despite the knot of fear in his stomach. The bandits turned, their eyes narrowing as they sized up the boy before them. One of them, a burly man with a crooked scar across his cheek, let out a barking laugh. "Run along, boy. This isn't your fight." "It is now," Cedric replied, gripping his sword tightly. The bandits didn't take him seriously at first, but Cedric's determination was clear. When the scarred man lunged at him, Cedric sidestepped and struck with precision, disarming him. The others hesitated, their confidence shaken. Realizing the boy was not an easy target, the bandits fled, disappearing into the trees. The merchant fell to his knees, overwhelmed with relief. "Thank you," he said, his voice trembling. "I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't come." Cedric helped him to his feet and ensured he was unharmed. "Be cautious on these roads," he said, his tone gentle but firm. "The journey to Solmara is not safe for the unprepared." The merchant's eyes lit up. "You're heading to Solmara? So am I. Please, let me travel with you. It's the least I can do to repay your kindness." Though Cedric preferred to travel alone, he couldn't deny that having a companion might make the journey less lonely. He nodded, and together they set off, the merchant introducing himself as Tobias. Over the next few days, Cedric learned that Tobias was delivering rare spices to the capital and dreamed of opening a shop of his own. In return, Cedric shared his own aspirations of becoming a knight, though he downplayed his chances. The two quickly became friends, their shared struggles forging a bond. They faced the challenges of the road together, fierce storms that turned the dirt paths to mud, the howls of wolves in the distance, and the relentless fatigue of travel. Through it all, Cedric's determination remained unshaken, and Tobias's optimism provided a much-needed lightness to their journey. At long last, after a week of trials and camaraderie, the great walls of Solmara came into view. The city was a marvel, its spires gleaming in the sunlight and its banners fluttering in the breeze. For Cedric, it was a sight he had only ever dreamed of. He paused at the crest of a hill, taking it all in, his heart swelling with a mixture of awe and anticipation. "We made it," Tobias said, clapping Cedric on the back. "Welcome to Solmara, my friend." Cedric took a deep breath, his hand resting on the hilt of his father's sword. The trials of the Knights Academy awaited him, and though the road had tested him, he knew his true journey was only just beginning. Chapter 3: The Trials of the Academy. Solmara was unlike anything Cedric had ever seen. The city's walls, towering and adorned with intricate carvings of Eldoria's history, seemed to hum with the energy of countless lives. Streets bustled with merchants, travelers, and knights in gleaming armor. The air carried the scent of fresh bread, roasted meats, and the faint tang of iron from the blacksmith's forges. It was both overwhelming and exhilarating. Cedric and Tobias parted ways at the market square, exchanging heartfelt farewells. Tobias promised to visit Greythorn someday, and Cedric wished him luck with his spice trade. Alone once more, Cedric made his way to the Knights' Academy, his heart pounding with anticipation. The academy stood at the heart of Solmara, a sprawling fortress of stone and steel. Its gates, flanked by statues of legendary knights, opened to reveal a courtyard filled with aspiring candidates. Some wore polished armor that gleamed in the sunlight, while others, like Cedric, carried simple, weathered gear. Despite their differences, they all shared one thing: a fierce determination in their eyes. A commanding voice broke the chatter. "Candidates, gather." Cedric turned to see a knight clad in ceremonial armor standing atop a raised platform. His voice carried authority, and his gaze swept over the crowd like a hawk. "I am Sir Aldric, Master of Trials. You have come here seeking to join the Knights of Eldoria, but know this, only the worthy will succeed. Over the next week, you will be tested not only in strength and skill, but in character. A true knight is measured not by their sword, but by their heart." Cedric's grandfather's words echoed in his mind, bolstering his resolve. He clenched the hilt of his father's sword, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The trials began the following morning. Candidates were divided into groups and led to various stations across the academy grounds. The first challenge was combat, where Cedric was paired with a nobleman's son named Damien. Damien's armor was ornate, his sword etched with runes, and his demeanor was haughty. "You might as well give up now," Damien sneered. "A commoner like you has no chance." Cedric said nothing, his focus unwavering. When the signal to begin was given, Damien lunged with practiced precision. Cedric, however, relied on his agility and years of training in the forests of Greythorn. He dodged Damien's strikes, observing his movements before countering with calculated blows. The duel ended with Damien's sword clattering to the ground, and the nobleman seething with frustration. "Skill is not bound by station," Cedric said quietly, earning murmurs of approval from the onlookers. The next trial tested strategy. Candidates were tasked with leading a group through a simulated battlefield, marked by wooden obstacles and mock enemies. Cedric's group, initially skeptical of his leadership, quickly realized his worth. His knowledge of terrain and quick thinking allowed them to outmaneuver their opponents and complete the challenge efficiently. But the most surprising trial came on the fourth day: empathy. Candidates were presented with a series of moral dilemmas, where their decisions would reveal their character. Cedric found himself face to face with a test that struck a chord. A villager, played by an actor, pleaded with him to abandon the mission and save their family from danger. Cedric hesitated, the weight of the decision pressing heavily on him. What would a true knight do? He asked himself. Ultimately, Cedric chose to aid the villager, knowing it would mean failing the task. To his surprise, the instructors commended his choice, explaining that a knight's duty was first and foremost to the people they served. By the end of the week, Cedric had earned the respect of many candidates and instructors alike. His combat skills, strategic mind, and compassionate heart had set him apart. Yet, when the final list of those accepted into the Knights of Eldoria was posted, Cedric's name was absent. Confused and disheartened, he approached Sir Aldric. "I gave my all in the trials. Why was I not chosen?" Sir Aldric's expression softened. "Cedric, your performance was exemplary, but the Academy values lineage as much as skill. The Knights must be symbols, and in Eldoria, symbols are often tied to bloodlines." Cedric's chest tightened with frustration. "So, no matter how hard I try, my birth will always hold me back? The system is flawed, Sir Aldrich admitted. "But know this, a knight is not made by titles or recognition. Your actions speak louder than any title ever could." Though his dream of joining the Knights of Eldoria was dashed, Cedric's resolve remained unbroken. As he left the academy, he vowed to find another way to protect the people of Eldoria. He had faced the trials, proved his worth, and learned that true knighthood was not bound by the academy's walls. His journey was far from over. Chapter 4: Rising from the Ashes. The journey back to Greythorn was somber. Cedric's heart felt heavy with the weight of rejection, but the support of his village and the lessons he had learned during the trials buoyed his spirit. He had set out to become a knight, but his path had shifted. What lay ahead was uncertain. Yet Cedric's resolve to protect those in need burned brighter than ever. The village welcomed him with open arms. Though Cedric's return was not marked by the triumph they had hoped for, his tale inspired admiration. He shared stories of the trials, the friends he had made, and the lessons he had learned. To the people of Greythorn, Cedric had already proven himself a knight, even if the academy did not see it. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village gathered around a crackling fire, Cedric's grandfather approached him. "You may not have their title, lad, but you have something far greater, their respect. And that's earned, not given." Cedric nodded, feeling the truth of those words. He spent the following weeks training harder than ever, honing his skills and sharing his knowledge with anyone willing to learn. Soon, others joined him, young and old, farmers and merchants alike. They formed a small militia, united by Cedric's vision of protecting the Vale. The defenders of the Vale were born out of necessity. News of bandit attacks reached Greythorn, and Cedric's militia became the first line of defense. The group's early skirmishes were chaotic but effective, with Cedric's leadership and quick thinking turning the tide time and again. His experiences at the academy proved invaluable, as he applied the strategies he had learned to real-world battles. Their success did not go unnoticed. Nearby villages began seeking Cedric's guidance, and the defenders grew in number. Each new recruit brought unique skills, from skilled archers to resourceful healers. Together, they became a force to be reckoned with, bound not by titles or heritage but by their shared commitment to justice. One fateful evening, a messenger arrived in Greythorn, bearing grim news. A horde of shadow beasts had emerged from Mount Aerolith, laying waste to the outlying villages. The king's knights, though valiant, were struggling to contain the threat. The messenger's plea was desperate. "We need all the help we can get. Please send aid." The villagers turned to Cedric. Though resentment toward the kingdom lingered in his heart, Cedric could not ignore the suffering of innocent lives. "This isn't about the crown," he said to his militia. "It's about the people. If we don't stand against this threat, who will?" With unanimous support, the defenders of the Vale prepared for battle. They marched toward Mount Aerolith, their numbers bolstered by villagers who had once lived in fear but now stood ready to fight. Along the way, Cedric's leadership and compassion inspired unity and courage among his ranks. The battle against the shadow beasts was fierce and unrelenting. The creatures, shrouded in darkness and wielding unnatural strength, seemed unstoppable. Yet, Cedric's strategic mind turned the chaos into opportunity. He directed his forces with precision, using the terrain to their advantage and rallying his comrades when their spirits waned. As the horde pushed closer to the capital, Cedric faced the monstrous leader of the shadow beasts. The creature towered over him, its eyes glowing with malevolence. Drawing upon every ounce of strength and skill he possessed, Cedric fought with a ferocity born of years of hardship and determination. Their clash was brutal, but Cedric's unwavering resolve prevailed. With a final, decisive strike, the creature fell, and the shadow beast scattered. Word of Cedric's heroism spread quickly. When he and the defenders returned to Solmara, the city erupted in cheers. The king himself descended from his throne to greet Cedric, kneeling before him in gratitude. "You have shown us what true knighthood is," the king said. "From this day forth, you shall be known as Sir Cedric, protector of Eldoria." But Cedric shook his head. "I don't need a title to do what is right," he said. "The defenders of the veil and I will continue our work, not for recognition, but for the people." The king, moved by Cedric's humility, pledged his support to the defenders, ensuring they had the resources to continue their mission. Cedric returned to Greythorn, where he resumed training the next generation of warriors, instilling in them the values of courage, discipline, and compassion. Cedric's story became a legend, passed down through generations. He inspired countless others to rise above their circumstances and fight for what was right. Though he never wore the title of knight, Cedric's deeds echoed through history, proving that true heroism lies in the heart, not the name. Chapter 5: A Legacy Forged in Valor. Years passed, and the defenders of the Veil grew into a revered force throughout Eldoria. Cedric's leadership turned them into more than a militia. They became a symbol of hope for those who had none. Villages that had once lived in fear now thrived under the defenders' protection. Merchants traveled freely, children played without worry, and the once treacherous roads connecting the towns were safer than ever before. Despite the growing fame of the defenders, Cedric remained grounded. He lived humbly in Greythorn, training new recruits and mentoring the next generation of leaders. His philosophy never wavered. Courage, discipline, and compassion were the hallmarks of true heroism. Among his recruits were farmers, artisans, and even nobles who sought to learn from the man who had defied the odds. One day, an urgent messenger arrived in Greythorn. The king himself summoned Cedric to Solmara for a council of war. A neighboring kingdom, envious of Eldoria's prosperity, had begun amassing an army at the border. Scouts reported that their forces outnumbered Eldoria's, and their intentions were clear: conquest. Reluctantly, Cedric left Greythorn, accompanied by a small contingent of his most trusted defenders. When they arrived at the royal palace, Cedric was greeted not as an outsider, but as an equal. The knights of Eldoria, once dismissive of him, now looked to him for guidance. The council was tense. The king and his advisors debated strategies, but none could find a solution that ensured victory against such overwhelming odds. Cedric listened silently until the king turned to him. "You have faced impossible challenges before, Cedric. What would you do?" Cedric stood, his gaze steady. "We cannot match their numbers, but we can outthink them. Their strength is in their size, but size can be a weakness. We must use the terrain to our advantage and strike where they are weakest. With precision and unity, we can turn the tide." The council agreed to Cedric's plan, and he was given command of the combined forces of the knights and the defenders. Over the next weeks, he drilled them tirelessly, merging their strengths into a cohesive force. Scouts mapped the enemy's movements, and Cedric devised a strategy that relied on ambushes, misdirection, and swift, decisive strikes. The battlefield was set in the shadow of Mount Aerolith, where Cedric's knowledge of the land gave him a crucial advantage. As the enemy army advanced, Cedric's forces struck swiftly from hidden positions, sowing chaos and confusion. They lured the invaders into narrow passes and dense forests, where their numbers became a hindrance. In the climactic battle, Cedric himself led the charge against the enemy's command center. The defenders fought with unyielding determination, their courage inspiring the knights to fight harder than they ever had. Cedric faced the enemy general in single combat, a towering figure clad in dark, menacing armor. Their duel was fierce, but Cedric's skill and tenacity prevailed. With the general defeated, the enemy's resolve crumbled, and they retreated in disarray. The victory was celebrated across Eldoria. Cedric and the defenders returned to Solmara as heroes, their deeds cementing their place in history. The king offered Cedric a title, a castle, and a place at the royal court, but Cedric declined once more. "My place is with my people," he said. "Titles and riches mean little to me. What matters is that Eldoria remains safe and just." The defenders of the Veil continued their mission, expanding their reach and training new chapters in villages across the kingdom. Cedric's legacy grew, not as a knight, but as a man who had shown that heroism was not defined by birth or titles, but by deeds. In his later years, Cedric passed the mantle of leadership to a trusted lieutenant, a young woman named Lina, who embodied his values. Cedric spent his remaining days in Greythorn, sharing his stories with children and offering wisdom to those who sought it. He often walked the village streets, smiling at the sight of a land at peace, knowing he had played a part in its prosperity. When Cedric passed away, the entire kingdom mourned. A statue was erected in Solmara, depicting him not in grand armor, but as he had lived, humble, determined, and kind. The plaque beneath it read, "Cedric of Greythorn, defender of the people, symbol of hope." Though Cedric was gone, his spirit lived on in the defenders of the Vale and in the hearts of all who heard his story. His life became a testament to the idea that greatness lies not in titles, but in the courage to rise above and make a difference. Chapter 1: The Whispering Blade. In the secluded village of Veltwood, nestled between mist-covered mountains and enchanted forests, there was a boy named Cedric who had never quite fit in with the other children. While they played knights and dragons, wielding wooden swords and dreaming of grandeur, Cedric's thoughts were often far away, lost in the stories his grandmother used to tell him. She had a soft, weathered voice, and when she spoke of the old legends, her eyes would twinkle with the kind of mystery that made Cedric's heart race. "Listen closely, Cedric," she would say. "There was once an order of warriors, known only as the Blade Whisperers. They wielded swords that could be controlled by the mind. Not just any swords, mind you, these blades could speak. They could whisper secrets, reveal hidden powers, and even predict the future." Cedric had listened with rapt attention, imagining himself as one of those legendary figures, walking alongside his blade as if it were his closest companion. But over the years, those stories began to fade into myth, and the idea of becoming a blade whisperer seemed as distant as the stars. Still, Cedric never let go of the dream. He spent countless hours studying swordsmanship, practicing with a wooden replica of a blade, and wondering if there was any truth to his grandmother's tales. Perhaps one day he would find that sword, the one that could speak, just like in the old stories. One evening, when the sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange glow over the misty village, Cedric felt the pull of something strange. The wind whispered through the trees, and an unease settled over him. He had heard tales of a hidden grove in the forest beyond Veltwood, where the air was thick with magic. No one dared go there anymore, for it was said that those who ventured too deep were never seen again. But on that particular evening, Cedric felt a sense of adventure that he couldn't shake. It was as if the forest itself was calling to him, urging him to uncover its secrets. Without a second thought, he grabbed his cloak, slipped it over his shoulders, and set off toward the woods. The journey was quiet at first. The trees grew taller as he moved deeper into the forest, their gnarled branches twisting like ancient fingers against the pale sky. Cedric's heart pounded in his chest, but he pressed on, determined to find whatever lay ahead. The whispers of the wind seemed to guide him, pushing him forward even when doubt began to creep into his mind. After what felt like hours, he arrived at a clearing. It was there, beneath a towering oak tree with branches so wide they seemed to touch the sky, that Cedric saw it. A gleaming hilt half buried in the soft earth. The sword lay there, its blade long and curved, radiating an ethereal glow that seemed to hum with life. Cedric's breath caught in his throat as he knelt down and reached for the hilt. As soon as his fingers brushed the cold steel, a strange warmth spread through his body. The air around him grew still, and the whispers that had guided him all this way suddenly stopped. Then, a voice, ancient and clear, echoed in his mind. "Choose wisely, young one," it said. "This blade will either break you or make you." Cedric's hands trembled as he wrapped his fingers around the hilt, and in that moment, he understood. This was no ordinary sword. This was Etherbane, the sword of the Blade Whisperers, the very blade his grandmother had spoken of in those long-forgotten stories. As the sword's voice faded, Cedric stood, holding the blade in awe. The forest around him seemed to hold its breath. The mist swirled in the air, and for a fleeting moment, the trees themselves seemed to lean in closer, as if waiting for what would come next. That night, as Cedric lay in his bed, the whispers returned, soft and insistent, echoing in the quiet of his room. The voice of Etherbane spoke again, this time with a riddle. What is a hero without a cause? What is a sword without a hand to guide it? Cedric didn't know the answer, but deep in his heart, he felt that this was only the beginning of something much larger than himself. The sword had chosen him, and now he would have to choose his path. Chapter 2: The Trials of the Blade. The days that followed Cedric's discovery of Etherbane were filled with a sense of unease and wonder. The sword, though beautiful and powerful, was unlike anything Cedric had ever known. It wasn't just a weapon. It was alive, its whispers constant, always just beneath the surface of his thoughts. Every night, as Cedric lay in bed, the sword spoke to him, guiding him with cryptic words and strange riddles. But each time, the meaning seemed to slip further from his grasp, like a dream fading upon waking. One evening, after a long day of training, Cedric found himself in the woods once more, drawn by the sword's unspoken command. The sun had long since set, and the forest was bathed in the pale glow of the moon. Etherbane pulsed with an eerie light in his hands, as if eager to begin something. The sword's whispers grew louder, echoing in the cool night air. "You are not yet ready," it spoke, the voice deep and ancient. "To wield the power of Etherbane, you must first prove your worth. Only then will you unlock the true potential of the Blade Whisperers." A thrill ran through Cedric's veins. "How?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, though no one else was near. "The trials are hidden, waiting for you to discover them," the sword replied. "Only through courage, wisdom, and sacrifice will you unlock the path that leads to your destiny." With no clear direction, but an undeniable pull in his chest, Cedric set out once more, the blade resting at his side. He knew this journey would not be easy. The sword's words had made it clear. He had been chosen for something far greater than he could comprehend. But what was this power? What was this destiny? Days passed as Cedric wandered the land, following the faint whispers of Etherbane. The first trial, he discovered, was not a challenge of skill, but one of patience. Deep in the heart of the Eldorian Mountains, he came upon an ancient castle, long forgotten and shrouded in mist. It was said to have been the seat of the Blade Whisperers before they vanished. But now only ruin remained. Within the crumbling walls, Cedric found a sword embedded in a stone pedestal, its blade glinting like silver under the dim light. The sword's hilt was wrapped in twisted vines, and there were symbols etched into the stone, glowing faintly. "Remove the sword," the whispers urged. Cedric approached, but as his hand reached for the hilt, he felt a sudden weight pressing against him. The stone seemed to resist his touch, as if warning him to leave it alone. But the sword's whispers were insistent. "You must free the blade, or you will never prove your worth," it commanded. With determination, Cedric tried again, his fingers gripping the hilt. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he struggled. For every inch he pulled, the sword seemed to sink deeper into the stone, its weight growing heavier. It was not a task of strength alone, but of understanding. The sword, Etherbane, was teaching him a lesson in persistence, in the art of knowing when to push and when to wait. Cedric stepped back, his breath heavy. The answer was clear: patience was key. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, calming his thoughts. Slowly, he let go of the struggle, accepting that the sword would not be won through force. Instead, he reached out with his mind, feeling the energy that flowed through the blade. Etherbane responded, the stone shifting slightly beneath his touch. With a final, gentle tug, the sword slid free from the pedestal, and the room seemed to come alive with energy. The symbols on the stone glowed brightly before fading into the air. "Well done, young one," the sword whispered, its voice softer now, yet filled with approval. "You have passed the first trial. Patience and understanding will serve you well." Cedric smiled to himself, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. But the trials were far from over. As the sword guided him forward, Cedric began to understand that these challenges were not just about defeating enemies or proving his strength. They were about learning the very essence of what it meant to wield a blade that whispered, a blade that carried the weight of history. The second trial came soon after, hidden deep in the Black Mountains caverns. As Cedric descended into the darkness, Etherbane's whispers grew urgent. "Find the heart of the mountain," it instructed. "Only then will you face the next test." The caverns were treacherous, slick, narrow passages filled with sharp rocks and hidden pitfalls. But Cedric pressed on, his every step guided by the sword. Deep within the heart of the mountain, he found a glowing crystal, pulsing with a strange energy. But as Cedric reached out to touch it, the ground trembled, and a great roar echoed through the caverns. From the shadows emerged a massive stone golem, its eyes glowing with the same strange light as the crystal. It was a guardian, created to protect the heart of the mountain, and it would not allow Cedric to pass without a fight. "Do not be afraid," the whispers of Etherbane reassured him. "This is not a battle of strength. It is a battle of the mind." With those words, Cedric understood. The golem's power lay in its brute force, but its weakness was its lack of thought. Cedric closed his eyes and focused, not on the golem, but on the crystal. As he did, the crystal's energy flowed into him, filling his mind with clarity. He whispered to the golem, not with words, but with intent, commanding it to stop, to cease its aggression. And, to his astonishment, the golem obeyed. It froze, its glowing eyes dimming, and then it crumbled into dust, its duty fulfilled. "You have passed the second trial," Etherbane said, its voice filled with quiet pride. "You have learned that strength without wisdom is empty. Only through understanding can you overcome the greatest challenges." Cedric, his heart pounding, knew he was getting closer to the truth, but there was still much to learn, and much more to come. Chapter 3, Shadows of the Kingdom. The whispers of Etherbane grew louder with each passing day, urging Cedric forward on his journey. He had passed the trials, learned patience and wisdom, and unlocked the power within the sword. But as the sword's power expanded, so too did the weight of Cedric's purpose. He could feel it now, the distant stirrings of something dark, something ancient, far beyond the trials or even his own understanding. After days of travel, Cedric found himself standing at the gates of Eldoria, the kingdom he had only heard of in stories. The towering walls of the city rose high into the sky, their stone faces weathered by centuries of history. Beyond them lay a realm on the edge of collapse, plagued by political unrest and whispers of an awakening evil. The sword hummed at Cedric's side as he entered the city. Etherbane's voice was sharper now, urgent. "The time draws near," it whispered. "Eldoria is in peril, and you must play your part. But be cautious. There are those who will seek to use you. You are not yet ready to face the darkness alone." Cedric, still unsure of his role, ventured into the heart of Eldoria. The marketplace was bustling with activity, but the air was thick with tension. The kingdom's noble houses were in turmoil, each one scheming for power. The common people whispered of a dark force stirring beneath the kingdom's surface, and rumors spread that the Shadow King, an ancient evil once thought defeated, was rising once more. Cedric could feel the weight of those rumors pressing against him. The Shadow King was no mere legend. He was a living nightmare, a creature of darkness who had nearly destroyed Eldoria centuries ago. If he returned, the kingdom would be plunged into chaos. But the kingdom's rulers were distracted, too consumed with their own power struggles to see the threat that loomed. The king's advisors had grown suspicious of Cedric's growing strength, fearing what might happen if he truly unlocked the full potential of Etherbane. The whispers of the sword only added to their paranoia. One night, Cedric was summoned to the royal court, where he stood before the king's advisors. Their eyes were cold and calculating, and the weight of their gazes made Cedric uneasy. "Boy," one of the advisors sneered, "we've heard of your journey, of the blade you wield. It is no simple sword. We are aware of what it can do." The advisor's voice was sharp, his words full of warning. Cedric stood tall, though his heart raced. "I am only here to help. I seek nothing more than to protect this kingdom from the darkness that threatens it." But the advisor's lips curled into a thin smile. "You may believe that, but you are a threat, a weapon, not a protector. We do not trust you, or your sword." A shiver ran down Cedric's spine. He could feel the weight of their suspicion pressing against him, and the whispers of Etherbane became more insistent, more forceful. "Do not trust them," the sword urged. "Their fear will cloud their judgment. You must show them that you are more than a weapon." Just as the tension seemed about to boil over, a voice cut through the air, soft but firm. "Enough!" Princess Alina, the king's daughter, stepped forward, her eyes bright with an intensity that matched the storm within Cedric. Her beauty was undeniable, but there was something else in her gaze, a determination that spoke of power, of ambition, and of secrets. "If Cedric truly possesses the power of Etherbane," she said, her voice calm but commanding, "then we must find a way to use it. The kingdom is on the brink of disaster. The Shadow King is not just a tale to frighten children. He is real, and he is coming." The king's advisors exchanged wary glances, but none dared challenge the princess's authority. "We will give you a chance," one of the advisors muttered reluctantly, "but you must swear loyalty to the crown. We cannot afford to let you grow too powerful. Do not forget that you are not the only one with power in this kingdom." Princess Alina's gaze lingered on Cedric for a moment longer than necessary, her eyes sharp with intent. "You must choose, Cedric. Will you fight for the kingdom, or will you remain an unknown force that threatens it?" Cedric's mind raced. He had come to Eldoria with one goal in mind, to stop the Shadow King. But the more he saw of the kingdom's rulers, the more he realized how frail and divided it truly was. Was this really the place he had come to save? Was it worth protecting? The whispers of Etherbane returned, stronger than ever. "You have no place in this court," the sword said. "Do not be swayed by their promises. Your destiny lies beyond these walls, beyond their politics. The kingdom will fall regardless of their schemes. You must trust in your own path." But as Cedric stood there, contemplating the choice before him, something changed in the princess's gaze. For just a brief moment, the cold, calculating look gave way to something darker, more dangerous. "I will help you," she whispered, low enough that only Cedric could hear. "But we must act quickly. The Shadow King is already stirring beneath the earth, and I intend to be the one to control him. Together, we can rule Eldoria." if you help me unlock the full power of Etherbane. Cedric's heart skipped a beat. Her words echoed in his mind, and he felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. The princess, who had seemed so noble, was not the ally he had imagined. She was, in fact, part of the very darkness he sought to fight. The truth hit him like a storm. Princess Alina had already made her choice, and it was not one of salvation, but of power. Cedric's pulse quickened as he turned toward the door. He had come to protect Eldoria, not to be used as a pawn in a dangerous game of ambition. He could no longer trust the royal court or the princess. With a final glance at the advisors, Cedric walked out of the throne room, the whispers of Etherbane now a cold, biting command in his mind. "Betrayal," the sword whispered, "and now your true trial begins." Chapter 4: Betrayal and Revelation. Cedric barely made it through the castle's towering gates before the weight of his decision crashed down on him. He had been close, so close, to becoming part of something greater than himself, something that could have changed the fate of Eldoria. But the truth was now clear. Princess Alina, the one who had seemed like a beacon of hope, had her own designs. She had never intended to fight the darkness. She had meant to control it. As Cedric walked through the streets of Eldoria, the whispers of Etherbane echoed in his mind, their tone colder than ever before. "The path you are on is not one of glory or power," the sword whispered. "It is one of sacrifice, and you have only just begun to understand what it will cost." The city around him seemed to grow darker, as though the very stones of Eldoria were aware of the choices being made within its walls. It wasn't just the princess. The kingdom itself was riddled with corruption, a place where power and ambition had long ago replaced honor and duty, and Cedric was now trapped in the middle of it. He couldn't help but think back to his grandmother's stories. She had told him of the Blade Whisperers, of their great sacrifice, of their struggle against the darkness. But what had she meant? What had been the true cost of wielding such a power? Was it the sword that corrupted, or the wielder? Or was it simply the nature of the world they lived in, a world where those who were meant to protect were often the ones most vulnerable to betrayal? He didn't know the answers, but he knew he couldn't stay. Not in the heart of a kingdom that would use him as a weapon, and not with the princess who had shown her true colors. As he made his way to the outskirts of the city, Etherbane spoke again, this time with a sense of urgency. "You must leave. The shadows are already at the gate." Cedric had no time to question the words. He had learned long ago that the sword's voice was never wrong. He needed to get as far away as possible to find the answers on his own. If Eldoria was to be saved, it would not come from politics or promises. It would come from the strength of the people, from those who would rise up against the growing darkness. The further Cedric traveled, the heavier the weight of his decision felt. Every step brought him closer to an uncertain future, but with it, the knowledge that he could no longer trust anyone in the kingdom. The road ahead was perilous, and his heart was heavy with doubt. But the sword remained at his side, its presence a reminder that he was not alone. Days passed, and as the sun began to set one evening, Cedric found himself in a familiar place. Veltwood, the village where his journey had begun. It was a place of peace, nestled between the mist-covered mountains and the ancient forests. It was a place where the whispers of the sword seemed to fade, and the world felt still. But even here, Cedric could not escape the looming shadow that hung over Eldoria, the shadow of the Shadow King. As Cedric walked into the heart of the village, a figure emerged from the trees, a familiar face. It was the merchant he had met weeks ago, the one who had sold him supplies for his journey. "You've returned," the merchant said, his voice low and guarded. "I feared you would not. There is much you do not know, young one." Cedric frowned, uncertain of the merchant's meaning. "What do you mean? What is it that I don't know?" The merchant glanced around, as though ensuring no one was listening, before stepping closer. "The princess. She is not who she claims to be. She has been working with the Shadow King all along. It was never about saving the kingdom. It was about using the power of the Blade Whisperers to control him." The words hit Cedric like a blow to the chest. He had suspected something, but to hear it confirmed was a cruel twist of fate. The princess had not been a potential ally. She had been the very force he had been meant to stop. "There is something else," the merchant continued, his voice urgent. "The Shadow King is already awake. His power is growing. He has infiltrated the court, and soon he will strike when the kingdom is most vulnerable." Cedric's mind raced. It was as he had feared. The kingdom was already under siege, not by an army, but by a shadow that could consume it from within. He had to stop it. But how? The merchant seemed to read his thoughts. "You must stop Alina before it's too late. She plans to use the blade, your blade, to awaken the full power of the Shadow King. It is said that Etherbane holds the key to controlling him, but in the wrong hands, it could destroy everything." The weight of the words hung in the air, and Cedric felt the sword at his side hum with a familiar energy. He understood now. Etherbane was not just a weapon, it was a key, a link between two worlds. And in the wrong hands, it could open the door to unimaginable darkness. The merchant reached into his cloak and pulled out an old, weathered map. "You must go to the forest of Evernight. There is an ancient shrine there, hidden deep within the shadows. It is the only place where the power of the Blade Whisperers can be truly unlocked. But beware, young one. What you find there may change everything." Cedric nodded, his resolve hardening. He had known the road ahead would be fraught with danger, but now the stakes were clearer than ever. Princess Alina was not just a threat to Eldoria. She was the one who would bring the darkness back. And if Cedric did not act now, it would be too late. "You've chosen your path," the merchant said, his eyes filled with both sorrow and pride. "But remember, young one, the price of wielding such power is never light." The Blade Whisperers knew that better than anyone. Cedric looked down at Etherbane, its blade gleaming in the dim light. He was no longer just a boy on a journey. He was the last of the Blade Whisperers, and his choices would shape the fate of Eldoria. With a final glance at the merchant, Cedric turned and began his journey toward the forest of Evernight, the shadows of betrayal and the looming darkness ahead of him. Chapter 5: The Final Battle. The moon hung high in the sky as Cedric made his way toward the forest of Evernight, his heart heavy with the burden of the choices before him. The forest loomed ahead, its gnarled trees casting long, twisting shadows that seemed to stretch out to welcome him, or perhaps to warn him away. The path ahead was unclear, veiled in mystery, but Cedric had no choice. He had come too far to turn back now. With every step, the whispers of Etherbane grew louder, more insistent. "You are not the boy you once were. The trials have shaped you, but now you must face what lies ahead. The Shadow King will come, and only the true master of this blade can stop him." Cedric's grip tightened on the sword's hilt, its cool metal a steady presence in his hand. The blade had guided him this far, but now, its whispers were tinged with something darker. It had always spoken of a great sacrifice, but he had not yet understood its full meaning. As he ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the trees grew thicker, their branches intertwining above him to form a canopy so dense that it seemed as if the night itself was closing in. The air was thick with magic, and the ground beneath his feet felt soft, almost alive. In the distance, he could see a faint glow, a flickering light that beckoned him forward. He had found it, the ancient shrine. The shrine stood at the edge of a clearing, an ancient stone structure covered in ivy and moss. Strange symbols were etched into the stones, glowing faintly with a power that Cedric could feel deep within his bones. This was where the Blade Whisperers had once come to unlock the full power of Etherbane. This was where Cedric would face the greatest test of all. But as he stepped into the clearing, the whispers of the sword grew louder, more frantic. "Do not enter," it urged. "It is a trap." Cedric hesitated, his pulse quickening. He knew the sword had never led him astray before, but this was different. The air around him seemed to crackle with dark energy, and for the first time he felt a deep unease. A shadow loomed just beyond the shrine, one that was familiar and terrifying. Out of the darkness stepped Princess Alina, her eyes cold and filled with malice. Behind her, a great darkness stirred, an ancient evil, as old as the kingdom itself, the Shadow King. "You've come just in time," Alina's voice rang out, sweet and cruel. I knew you would be foolish enough to seek the power here. You see, Cedric, this was never about saving the kingdom. It was always about control. Control of the Blade Whisperers, control of the sword, and control of the Shadow King. Cedric's heart clenched as the truth struck him. He had been a pawn in her game all along. The princess had never wanted to defeat the darkness. She had wanted to harness it for herself. But the sword, Etherbane, had never belonged to her. It belonged to him, and now was the time to prove it. You cannot control him, Cedric said, his voice steady despite the fear rising in his chest. You cannot control Etherbane. It will only destroy you. Alina's laughter echoed through the clearing, a sound that chilled Cedric's bones. You think you understand? You think you're the hero? You're nothing more than a tool just like the rest of them. The Shadow King will rise, and with him, I will rule everything. Your blade will be my key. With a flick of her wrist, Alina raised her hand, and the Shadow King's form emerged from the shadows. A towering figure, cloaked in darkness, his eyes glowing with a sickly green light. The ground trembled as the ancient evil took shape, and Cedric felt the very air grow cold with the weight of his presence. But Etherbane hummed at Cedric's side, its whispers louder than ever. Do not fear him, the sword urged. You are the master now. Use the power within you. Cedric's grip tightened on the sword's hilt, and for the first time, he understood what he had to do. It wasn't about defeating the Shadow King through power. It wasn't about wielding Etherbane to destroy him. It was about understanding the true nature of the sword, the true nature of the Blade Whisperers. Etherbane was not a weapon. It was a bridge between worlds, a force of balance, not destruction. And Cedric had learned, through his trials and his journey, that true strength lay not in control, but in trust. Trust in the people, trust in the strength of unity. You have made your choice, Cedric said, his voice steady. But it's not too late for you, Alina. Join me. We can stop this together. But Alina's eyes blazed with rage. No, you are weak, Cedric. You will never understand true power. The Shadow King is mine to command, and you will fall. With a scream of fury, she summoned the full power of the Shadow King, sending a wave of darkness towards Cedric. The ground cracked beneath their feet as the force of the attack surged forward. But Cedric did not flinch. He raised Etherbane high, and with a whispered command, the sword responded. Light erupted from the blade, blinding in its intensity, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. Cedric could feel the power of Etherbane course through him, a power that was not his own, but a power born of all the choices he had made, all the lessons he had learned. With a final cry, Cedric thrust the blade into the heart of the darkness. The Shadow King's form screamed, an agonizing sound that tore through the night, and for a moment, everything was silent. The darkness retreated, its power breaking apart like dust in the wind. The air grew still, and the light of Etherbane faded as the last remnants of the Shadow King dissipated into nothingness. Alina fell to her knees, her eyes wide with disbelief. No, it can't be. But Cedric did not answer her. He had already made his choice. The darkness was gone, but at what cost? The whispers of Etherbane were soft now, like a fading memory. You have done what needed to be done, it said. You are the true master of the blade. Cedric stood over the fallen princess, his heart heavy with the weight of his actions. The sword had been destroyed in the battle, its power spent, but Cedric knew that it had served its purpose. The kingdom was safe, at least for now. With a final glance at the clearing, Cedric turned and walked away, the weight of the world on his shoulders, but the knowledge that he had chosen the right path. The blade was no longer needed. He had learned that true strength lay not in wielding power, but in the choices he made, the sacrifices he was willing to endure for the greater good. And so, Cedric's journey came to an end, but his legacy would live on, not as a knight in shining armor, but as a guardian of Eldoria's heart, a protector who wielded no sword, but whose courage and sacrifice would echo through the ages.